May I please have everyone's attention? Before the meeting begins, we ask that everyone please silence your cell phones. The Fort Bend ISD Board of Trustee meeting is an open meeting for the public to observe the board conducting district business. Therefore, patrons may only address the board during the designated audience item section on the agenda. If you have printed material you want to give to board members, you must provide them to me or any officer present, and we will provide them to the board. We also ask that members of the audience be respectful of others by remaining quiet so that everyone is able to hear the proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The time is 6:02 p.m. and this meeting is hereby called to order. We have the presence of a quorum attending both in person and on video conference. Notice of this meeting has been posted online and at the Fort Bend ISD Administration Building for at least 72 hours. We'll begin with public comment, and there are 42 public comments. I kid, April Fools, even though it's not. In my house, April Fools is a lot of fun. I like seeing your faces. Anyhow, I'm just kidding, there's 0. So we're going to move on with one of our favorite parts, the superintendent's update.
Well, good evening, President Malone and Board of Trustees and our community. As always, I want to start off with some highlights of what's been happening in the last week or two. Well, actually, just this last week. We had the tour of Crawford High School, and you'll see there in the center the namesake, Almeda Crawford. And I cannot describe what it was really like to be around her as she witnessed this school in her name. Those of us that were there, I think there were a lot of welling eyes. She's taught 49 and a half years, and almost all of that was at Dulles High School teaching English. So amazing namesake, but she made us laugh. She's so extremely honored and proud that this namesake has been bestowed upon her. So it's a real testament to our entire community. Principal Fickle was proud, and we walked across, we saw everything. She started dancing in the gym. There was a lot of fun to be had. But while they were there, I was reminded of why we have our theme, Know Your Impact. This architect, matter of fact, senior project lead of the entire project is Keturah Williams. And as I visited with her, she informed me I was her 5th grade principal. Well, she's changed a little bit, so I didn't know that because she's grown into this successful woman. And we had a reminiscence about something that she remembered that really made me feel special. And I'm reminded how much we must tell our teachers, our principals, our coaches, our directors, the difference that they're making. It's really incredible. And so more on Crawford as we move through the next several months. All right, Underwater Robotics Challenge. You know, we're never short of anything for a student to find exciting and want to get involved in. So over the weekend, Fort Bend ISD students at every level competed in statewide Underwater Robotics Challenge at our aquatics practice facility on Bissonnette. Our competition was judged by members of the Naval Academy and NASA astronaut, retired U.S. Navy Captain Sunita Williams. Each team's underwater vehicle had to complete an underwater obstacle course, perform tasks related to ocean exploration, and team members had to do a panel interview with the judges. A top champ in the state competition, placing first in all events, was Austin High School. They're headed to the international competition at the University of Maryland on May 13th. Fort Settlement Middle School placed 3rd overall, and they're headed to Maryland as well. And Palmer Elementary got a 4th place award for poster design and is an alternate. So we're very proud of those students seeking out new ways just to be challenged and to also have fun along the way. Saturday was a busy day in Fort Bend ISD, lots of employees, and we welcomed our talent draft, or some would call it a job fair, at Austin High School. I want to thank Austin High School for being amazing hosts. And our Human Resources Department, Glenda Johnson and her team, they had everything so well organized. And we are proud to say we had, in a nationwide teacher shortage, drum roll, 727 candidates in attendance. That's quite remarkable. And even right away, they were so impressed with some applicants, they offered 76 letters of intent to hire. And I actually got a chance to meet several of them, and I'm real impressed with the quality and the excitement that they have about coming to Fort Bend. So that was a really special day in our district. I also want to mention that Whole Child Health is hosting a wellness fair this Wednesday at Marshall High School from 5:30 to 7:30. As you know, we focus on that, and we always usually have a shack fact from the shack. So this event is for students, staff, and their families, and offer 3 amazing guest speakers who will share information about mental and behavioral health. And lastly, I just want to clarify information that was shared at our last board meeting, and it deals with our Safety and Security Committee. So here is a copy of part of the Texas Education Code. You can see it's 37.109. It mandates that each school district in Texas establish a school safety and security committee. And so this is there, and you can see at the bottom there, we chair that with Mr. Bart Rosebeer, and it's overseen by our Chief of Police, Chief Ryder. So next page, you can see a little bit more here. This code actually outlines what the committee needs to be comprised of, who needs to be there, parents, teachers, and you can see there in a moment, school boards of trustees. We have a lot of different members. So here is our list for the Fort Bend ISD committee this past year. You can see that President Malone and David Hamilton represent the board. We have teachers, we have parents. So we are in compliance with this code. I also want to show the next slide as to the dates. These are the dates. We've met in August, November, and we have one coming up right around the corner on April 12th. So I also, lastly, just want to mention that if there's any confusion, it's very easy to access this information, the minutes, or anything else you would want to know. You just go to the Fort Bend website. I tried it today with communication staff, and you just put in Safety and Security Committee, and it pops up right into the correct place. You click on it, and you can get all the information that you want. So just wanted to make sure that was clarified, because I believe that it was stated that Fort Bend ISD was not in compliance with the code, and we certainly are. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Madam President.
All right. Thank you for that clarification. And I want to say, yes, I piggyback on your comments about Miss Almeida Crawford. It was such a joy watching her dance on the floor of the gym. And it reminded me of my great-grandmother, Darling. We called her Grandma Darling. And she was darling to so many as she taught public school. And her, Miss Crawford's joy and what she knows and believes that is going to do for the school was just absolutely heartwarming, watching her know and refer to her own legacy. So super cool. And then as far as candidates, speaking of cool stories, I walked in and stopped by, and when they were doing one of the letter of intents, there was a gentleman there, and he was with his son. And he's a current teacher in Fort Bend ISD, and his son was being hired or really getting a letter of intent on the spot. I think his name was Mr. Anderson. You remember, Glenda? So just keeping all of these cool things with the teachers and the positive momentum and the wonderful things going on in the district is just such a joy to see, especially, today. All right, moving on. Let's get to the real business with information item A, insurance and benefits update. The fun stuff, right?
We'll have LaShonda Walls, our Director of Benefits and Wellness.
Thank you. Everyone can hear me now? All right, awesome. Fort Bend ISD Board President Malone, Fort Bend ISD Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Whitback, good evening. I am LaShonda Walls, your Director of Employee and Benefits for Fort Bend ISD, and I will spend time with you this evening providing you with an update of our employee benefits program. As part of my discussion this evening, I will provide an overview of our benefits plan funding and explain why we are a self-funded plan. I will also share competitive data of how our Fort Bend ISD benefit plans compare to some of the neighboring school districts, specifically looking at plan designs and financial contribution levels. As you know, last year was an extremely busy time for us, and it continues into this year. And so I think it's befitting for me to also share with you some of the strategies that we implemented for 2023, as well as at the end share information about strategies that we're proposing for 2024. And then I will pass the conversation over to Kelly Schlack, and she will provide an update of our benefits financial performance overview. Fort Bend ISD currently manages a self-funded plan, which means we assume 100% of the financial risk for our employee benefits offering. In this funding mechanism, Fort Bend ISD is responsible for paying all medical claims, and we assume the full responsibility by operating the health plan through the arrangement with United Healthcare, which is our TPA. By managing a self-funded plan, we're able to take advantage of those years where we have good claim years, which means we potentially have an opportunity to assume additional plan savings. In addition, by us being self-funded, it does allow us to customize our benefit plans, and it allows us to be more flexible in what benefit plans we offer employees. I know this is a busy slide, but it's a really great illustration of how a self-funded plan compares to a fully insured plan. We get this question often as in terms of why Fort Bend ISD does manage its medical plan as a self-funded plan. And so if you look at this slide, what it gives you is a side-by-side illustration of what a self-funded plan looks like in comparison to a fully insured. In a fully insured model, the insurance company assumes the risk, and they benefit from good claim years, and we as the employer group, we're responsible for paying them administrative fees. Those administrative fees are paid to the insurance company for them to manage our plan on an administrative level, and also is for managing the network, the provider network, in terms of the facilities and providers. But the difference is with the fully insured plan is when a insurance company assumes the risk, if there's a good claims year for us, we don't reap the benefits of those plan savings. The fully insured company, which would be the insurance company, would in turn assume the risk, and they would also reap the benefits of those additional plan savings. However, in the self-funded model, the district pays an administrative cost to the insurance carrier for use of their provider network. And as claims are processed in the system, Fort Bend ISD manages a healthcare fund, and so those claims are coming out of that healthcare fund. So it's not the insurance carrier that are paying the claims, it is Fort Bend ISD that is paying the claims, which means we assume 100% risk of all claims that are processed for our employees. Again, why is there a benefit to that? It goes back to us being able to, one, customize our benefits, and again, take advantage of those plan savings when there is a good claims year. Another thing to remember is, as part of the self-funded plan, we do have what's called a stop-loss benefit. And that stop-loss benefit allows us to basically share the risk. And so we have a $450,000 stop-loss benefit. And what that means is any claims that exceed $450,000, we do not assume the risk for those claims. And so what that allows us to do is to share some of the risk by taking that off of us when we have high-cost claimants, which have hit us really hard the last 2 to 3 years. Now I'm going to get into some of the benchmark and analysis data. I think in order for you to really understand what our benefit plan looks like, we have to be able to share information from other ISDs and see how we compare to those other independent school districts. Another busy slide, and hopefully you can see it okay, but if you look at this slide, it focuses on comparing Fort Bend ISD to other school districts, neighboring school districts specifically. And so if you look at this slide, you'll see that we really are not too far off in terms of being aligned with the benefit plan offerings that other school districts share. One thing to note is we do offer currently a PPO plan, which allows our employees to have an option to go in or out of network in terms of seeing providers and going to facilities. We also offer a high deductible plan that has a district contribution that is paid into a health reimbursement account. And so those dollars are put into that health reimbursement account for employees to take advantage of, and so they are able to use medical claims towards those funds that are funded by the district in that account. We also have a high deductible plan that is HSA compliant. So while we don't manage a bank for the HSA component, we do have a plan that's HSA compliant, which means if there are employees that want to open an HSA bank, they can enroll in that particular plan with Fort Bend ISD and then open an HSA bank with another vendor. And then the last two plans, which really are showing huge cost savings for us, are our ACO plans and our hybrid ACO plan, which would be our plan that is centered around the Kelsey Network, and then our last plan that is centered around Memorial Hermann. And so again, not too far off. I think we're pretty good aligned with the other ISDs. The only thing we may want to consider is expanding our options in terms of HMO plans and ACO plans, since we know that's where the additional savings is. In addition to plan savings, there's also additional savings to the employee in terms of what they pay out of pocket in terms of premiums. This slide looks at the district contribution levels. And so this is a very important slide because this is what Fort Bend ISD pays into the healthcare fund for every employee that's covered on our insurance. We have over 7,000 employees, 11,000 if you look at employees and dependents. And so that $570 per employee per month is what's contributed by Fort Bend ISD into the healthcare fund to cover those claims expenses. On top of that 570, you see a green box that says 63. There's an additional $5.5 million that we have actually put into the healthcare fund to help cover some of the claims costs over the past year. And so the total amount that we've paid this year in contribution to employees is $633, which is higher than what we standardly contribute, which is the $570. If you look at this in comparison to other school districts, you can see that we contribute significantly more than other school districts. So this can be seen as a positive because it does make us more competitive in the marketplace when we're trying to recruit employees and when we're looking at benefit plans to see how the district contributes to employee cost. Now we're going to look at it from a different perspective, which is looking at the employee premium contributions. So when looking at the contribution levels from an employee perspective, I would say we still remain competitive. But this slide provides an overview of the premium contributions paid by employees by looking at it from an employee-only perspective, which is highlighted in gray, and then the employee plus family coverage, which is highlighted in yellow. And so if you look at the section that's highlighted in gray, you'll see that we're not too far from some of the other benefit plans with the exception of Houston ISD and TRS. And I would say that you typically would see that because of the type of plans that they manage. Especially Houston ISD, all of their plans are HMO plans. They don't have any PPO plans or any other out-of-network benefit plans. And so because of that, you're going to see more cost savings associated with those plans, which means you're going to see a little bit less of an employee premium contribution associated with those as well. But if you look at it from an employee plus family perspective, we're actually very competitive. We're right now at $505. That's what employees are paying on average for their premiums as part of our district benefit plan offerings. This does take into consideration the average of all of our benefit plans. So those 5 plans that I just gave you an overview of, this is the average of all of those plans looking at employee plus family contribution levels. So while this does seem competitive in the marketplace, we have to look at it from the flip side, and that means we are assuming more risk with the claims experience and the claims cost in employees. And so because we don't have as much cost on the employee side, the plan is picking up the majority of the cost. Our plan is in a deficit right now. And so I want to highlight that because when we come back to you next month, we're going to have more conversations about plan design and changes that we do need to consider for 2024 that can really balance our plan more than what we currently have in place. Okay, so it's very important to know that when we make decisions in the Benefits and Wellness Department, we don't make them in a vacuum. We make sure that we have employees as part of the voice in those meetings when we're talking about decisions that are impacting them and their families. And so this slide provides you with an overview of the committee that we have in place, which is the Employee Benefits and Wellness Committee. Every year, I send an email to all of our principals and department leads, and I ask them to provide a representative from their campus or their department that can participate as a committee member. The overarching goal of this committee really is to be a voice for their campus or their department and to share in that decision-making process for all these changes that we're considering. There's a mandatory meeting that we have once a month, and so that meeting is always focused on employee changes and employee enhancements and educating them about the overall employee benefits program. Some of the changes that we looked at for last year, well, we looked at them in last year, 22, for 2023, are what you see here on the slide. And so as part of those discussions that we had in those committees, these are some of the changes that we implemented for 2023. You'll see that we did a slight increase in the out-of-pocket costs on the Nexus plan and the Choice plan. The reason why we did this was to really encourage employees to use more in-network facilities and providers, which means, one, they would pay less out-of-pocket, but also the plan would see additional savings. We also expanded our Choice high deductible plan to include a tier that covered spouses. Previously, that plan only covered employees plus children. And so now, as of 2023, it also provides coverage for spouses, which means we now have an additional lower-cost alternative that's available to employees from a premium perspective. And last but certainly not least is we made a change to our pharmacy benefit program. We switched from Express Scripts to CVS Caremark. And that arrangement alone, we're hoping to see more than $6 million in savings this plan year. And as you can see, considering all the plan changes we implemented for 2023, we're looking at a projected savings of $11 billion. Now to talk about what's going on in our world right now. We're busy. Right now we have 2 active RFPs in place. I mentioned previously that United Healthcare is our existing TPA, and so we currently just finalized our scoring on our RFP for the medical. And so next month, in the May 15th meeting, we will be presenting that recommendation to you in terms of who we're recommending for our medical carrier and for our flexible spending carrier. In addition to that, we're in the process of wrapping up an RFP for our benefit consultants. And I'm excited to have our existing benefit consultant, Derek, here with us today from Gallagher. Thank you for coming, Derek. But he's in the hot seat right now because we do have an active RFP in place for our benefit consultant. And so we're hoping to have that finished by the end of May and have that information to present to you in the June meeting with a recommendation for a new benefit consultant or to keep our existing. So now I'm going to turn it over to Kelly Schlack, and she's going to go through the financial performance for our benefits plan, and she'll also give a high-level overview of some of the pipeline changes we're looking at for 2024.
Thanks, LaShonda. Here we go. Okay. So this slide shows the projection for the health fund for the current year. That zoomed out. There we go. For the current year, as well as a budgeted forecast for next year, assuming no plan design changes for next year. So in the current year, you can see that we have estimated revenues at $75.5 million, which is lower than the previous years, but we have less employees enrolled in the plan this year. Total estimated expenditures are estimated at $84 million, despite some of the changes that we have made that LaShonda just discussed with you. So part of that is due to employees that kind of put off care during those COVID years. We're seeing them going back to the doctor. They're making elective surgeries now, and so we believe that that is impacting the fund. In addition, high-cost claims are higher this year than in previous years, and so we're seeing an impact from that as well. The $5.5 million of other sources represents transfers that the general fund has made or is expected to make for this fiscal year. But even with those transfers, you can see that the fund is projected to have a negative fund balance of $4.3 million this year. Now, we'll continue to refine this health fund projection in the current year, continuing to monitor claims as they come in and actuals to see if they, how they trend compared to estimates. In particular, we'll continue to monitor the prescription drug costs because we're hoping they could come in lower based on that new contract amount, and so maybe this negative fund balance would go down from that. In addition, it's possible that we could receive some more reimbursements from that stop loss coverage that LaShonda was talking about, that if a claim meets that threshold of that $450,000, then we would actually get a check reimbursed from United Healthcare, and that would continue to drive down the cost and reduce that negative fund balance. In addition, we'll continue to review the general fund projection to determine if it's possible, if general fund could make any additional contributions over to the health fund while ensuring that we still maintain that 90-day operating reserve in general fund. For the 23-24 forecast, you can see that we are expecting expenditures to continue to go up. Inflation is a real thing with medical cost, and we expect that to be a factor next year, and as well as a factor for the current year and why we're trending up in health claims. The budget forecast for next year does show an operating loss of $12.5 million for next year, assuming no plan changes. But that's higher mainly to two things. One, the claims cost is estimated higher, but two, you can see that we have a projection for general fund to contribute $2 million, which is less than that $5.5 that we contributed as estimated for this year. And so that's driving up that operating loss for next year. The fund has operated at an operating loss in past years. You can see for 21, 22, we did have an operating loss. But those losses were able to be sustained because of the beginning fund balance. So you can see in 21, we started off with a $7.7 million beginning fund balance, and that was able to absorb those losses. But that beginning fund balance has been fully utilized at this point, and we're really going to have to look at what options we have going forward in order to ensure that the plan can operate at a break even while continuing to offer a good comparable benefit package comparing other neighboring districts to ourselves. As LaShonda mentioned, some of the things that we might consider going into next year is just maybe adjusting the number of plan options that we have. We do have quite a few options, and it does get confusing for the employees. Some neighboring districts offer less plan options. Another option may be to consider that ACO in a true HMO model. We may consider active versus passive enrollment. What we mean by that is employees that are registered in a certain plan, they can just roll that over and they don't actually have to go into the system and even think about what type of coverage they may have. And so we would like them to be more active and really think about their plan. And two, it just gives them a chance to really think about, well, maybe I should look at that benefit offering. I can go for free and have a preventative doctor visit, and to be thinking about those wellness type activities, as well as other plan design changes that we may consider going forward. And with that, I guess we'll leave it open for you guys to ask any questions of us.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Schlack, and thank you, Ms. Walls. We appreciate your comprehensive information item on the employee benefits updates, and I knew you would be first. We're going to go with Mr. Insurance Sales, Mr. Hamilton.
There you go. Yeah, so I'm not a health insurance guy, so don't get that mixed up. But
I said insurance sales.
That's right. That's right. So I do have a question. So just kind of looking at KDISD as kind of a somewhat comparable peer. If you look at so this is just one piece of the puzzle. Obviously, there's just the premium side of the equation. And so I'm curious, so just comparing what the district pays plus what the employee pays for the employee-only option, their cost looks much better than ours, and then looks like on the dependent side, they kind of put more of that cost on to the employee to pay for the dependent. And so my question is, I guess there are generally two ways that you can get to that lower cost, either worse coverage and or managing costs. And so I do, if you don't know this off the top of your head, you can come back either with an email or come back to the next meeting with this, but just kind of, I guess, do you know off the top of your head which of those two explanations might be in play as far as how we compared it with Katie?
I think a lot of it goes back to the plan design. So while Katie does have a benefit plan offering that has in and out of network coverage, if you look at some of the other benefit plan offerings they have in place, I think they're probably a little bit more competitive than ours, and because of that, they're able to offer them at a lower premium cost to their employees versus us. And so I think kind of going back to that conversation earlier, we have to go back and look at our benefit plan offerings, and we have to make some changes. We know we have to, and they may not be changes that employees necessarily will like, but they're changes that are needed so that, one, they can save in terms of the premiums that they're paying, but also the plan can see some additional savings as well. You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. And I knew you'd be up second, Ms. Hannon. Go for it.
Well, and I have questions because I really need clarification because I don't understand. So thank you, Ms. Schlack and Ms. Walls. Is that correct?
Yes,
Ms.
ma'am.
Walls? Okay. So I have two questions. I have many questions, but how long have we been self-funded?
So since predates me, and I don't know if Steve or
Long
Brian,
time.
but I think we've always been self-funded. Have we ever been fully insured?
Okay. And then my other question was, how many years, like in the past 5 years, have been what you call good claims years? Because I heard that over and over. I mean, because I'm assuming that's affecting the bottom line, right? Whether we have a deficit, it's based on those good claim years versus the years we have catastrophic illnesses and injuries that we have to cover.
Yes, it absolutely does. And I don't know the exact number of years, but I do know when I started with the district, and I want to say maybe 8 years ago, it's been about 8 years, we didn't see the deficit that we're seeing now. But again, I think a lot of this is coming out of the pandemic. We had a lot of employees that did not use the plan during the pandemic. And so once we came out of the pandemic and individuals became more comfortable with going to their doctors, we saw an influx, or a spike, I should say, in our overall claims cost. And we also saw a spike in ER utilization. I would say that's a huge component that we've always tried to manage. Even when we were having those so-called good claim years, it's difficult to manage emergency room costs. You can only increase premiums and copays associated with ER so much, right? To where it just becomes a deterrent for employees, and we don't want that. But we're still trying to help them to understand the steerage to urgent care in those non-emergency type situations versus going to the emergency room. And so we still struggle with that, right? But in terms of the exact number of years that we've had good claim years, I can't say exactly, but we can certainly take that back and provide an answer for you.
Okay, and then one of my other questions, and you may have said it, Ms. Walls, but when you said that when claims for an individual exceed $450,000, that goes back onto the insurance companies?
So we have United Healthcare is our insurance carrier, but we also utilize them for our stop loss network as well. And so what that means is whenever we have a high cost claimant, and we have a number of them, I would tell you our top two areas right now are in cancers and preemies. And so those high cost claimants, I mean, they easily run $100,000, $200,000 in claims costs. And so what we're saying is when those claims exceed $450,000, we do not pay anything past $450,000. That stop loss vendor assumes that risk at that point, and then we are reimbursed for anything exceeding that stop loss amount that we've paid.
Okay, thank you. That really helped me understand. And then just to Ms. Schlack's point of how we might find, I'm not sure how we're going to find general fund funds to help plan for balancing this with the deficit that we have?
Well, maybe not the full 4.3 million, but we continue to refine our general fund projection, and we'd be coming back to you in April with an updated projection to figure out if it's possible to squeeze, even $1 million, if our payroll comes in less, because we do continue to see vacancies in that area.
Okay. So do we expect that I mean, I see that we're going to change some offerings, some plans, but are we expecting that we will have to raise some premiums for
next
folks
year? Well, I mean,
to offset this
I think
12 million, 12.5 million potential deficit?
Well, that would, if we did, that would go into effect in January, but that's what we're talking about when we're looking at all of the plan design. How would that look?
Okay.
And I think it will be.
Okay. Thank you very much, ladies. I appreciate you helping me understand better.
Thank you.
All right. Just as a reminder, too, I think as we look at this, it's kind of a give and take. So this is very tied to your budget adoption in June and to the plans we bring forward in terms of compensation, which of course is tied to what our legislators do. So we have a lot of moving parts, but when we can land on what that raise might look like, well, is it better to have this much of a raise and not touch the premiums, or is it better to have a little bit bigger raise and touch the premiums? Because there is a gap. Not every employee does partake in the insurance. What is it, 7,000 out of about 12 that actually do that. So that's just, there's a lot of moving parts, and there's different ways to address helping people out. So like last summer, when all we were able to recommend and you were able to approve was a 2% raise, at least we didn't raise the premiums. And I've known many employees over the years in various places that they think they're going somewhere and they think they're going to go make a lot more money, and then they find out, oh, well, they were on TRS or whatever, and all the additional money they thought they were going to make was eaten up by insurance. So it is something that we just have to all keep in mind as we go forward in these next couple of months.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Whitbeck. Okay, I have just a couple questions. I'm going to make it really brief. So I recall last year when we approved the transfer of the $5.5 million, and I remember the reasoning for that was the deferred care, because prior to that, I guess, I mean, I can't see it on the chart that we have here, but on the 2021, there was a surplus, which makes sense, right? Because the fund balance prior to was 7.7, and to Ms. Hannon's point, we had good, I guess, low cost years, right? Which created that surplus in the budget. You guys know more about the claims and what's really going on, right? Is this, and I'm just thinking in my head, companies do, and we have it as well, where we encourage people to get fit, drink water, all this, the whole shack stuff, right? Are those the type of things that could maybe help? Do we need more preventative care, or is this... You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking, okay, and I'm just going to tell you, I have a couple thoughts running through my head. One, I'm thinking, how in the world can we knock this down? And we all know, walking, drinking water, eating healthy, those kinds of things help. And then I'm also thinking about choices, and I understand what you're referring to regarding the plans and going from like the PPO, and there's only a couple of districts that offer it. And I remember last year, that was one of the things on employee survey that was appreciated. Right? So I'm also thinking about retention here. And so what concerns me is if we change these plans like HISD did, where they have it super low in cost, yes, that's going to cut down in cost, but does that increase employee satisfaction in the process? And so I'm sitting there in the conundrum trying to balance this out in my head, right? And saying, how do we get there? Because I see the big concern overall of the increase in cost, but there's also that retention factor,
right,
that plays into it. And so you guys know, especially being self-insured, what the dynamic is or the matrix of the healthcare cost. So is this just like random stuff? Somebody got, hit by a truck, or is this preventative things where if we made a concerted effort for health and wellness, that we could make a dent in this cost?
So I would say it's a combination of things. One, you have the bucket of high-cost claimants. You can't really do anything about that, right? So those are the individuals that have been diagnosed with those critical conditions, and there's really no preventive that could impact that, right? So we're talking about 20 upwards of 30% of the cost right there associated with a small number of individuals that are high-cost claimants. So we can't do anything about those individuals, right? So then we have another bucket of individuals that we know are not getting the preventive care that they should have. They're enrolled on the plan, preventive care is covered at 100%, but they're still not taking advantage of those, which is why we do the biannual biometric screenings, because we know there are employees that just will not go to the doctor, and so we use that as a way for employees to at least find out if they're hypertensive, have high cholesterol, or if they're diabetic. So that would at least give them their numbers so they can at least consider going to get care if their numbers are within those areas, right? The other thing is plan design. I mean, the plan design really does make a huge difference. I'll be honest with you. I don't think our plan design really drives accountability. And so that's why we need to look at revamping the plan designs that we have in place. We really have to push consumerism more. And the plans that we have in place now, not all of them do that. And so I think we can do that without creating a lot of noise, but there will be some noise, right? One of the biggest ways, I think, is looking at implementing an active enrollment versus a passive enrollment. Right now, we have over 50% of our population, they just allow their benefits to roll over. They don't even touch them. They don't look to see what they have. They don't even think about changing it. But if we implement an active enrollment, guess what? You have to go in and elect your benefits or you won't have benefits. Does it sound harsh? It does, but I think we're at a place where we really have to do that. And KDISD, for example, they've been doing it for years. Every year they have an active enrollment. If you don't enroll, you don't have benefits. And so I think that's another way really to encourage employees to take a look at their plan design and make sure they're selecting the plans that really are best for them and their families. So again, kind of going back to your original question, I just think it's a combination of things that I think we have to look at for 2024 moving forward. Can we move the pendulum? Yes. Will it create some noise? It probably will. But I think it'll get us where we need to be, and I think it'll also give us an opportunity to offer employees lower cost options, where, going back to what Mr. Hamilton said, plan designs where the employees are not paying as much as they're paying now.
Okay, I appreciate that. And the active enrollment, to me, that's what I know. So I don't feel like it's harsh, right?
Thank you.
It's just what we do.
That. Yes.
Dr. Gilliam.
Thank you for the presentation. I just have a quick question. For someone who may have just joined in and said, oh my goodness, I really wanted to hear what was going on with insurance, what would be the quick answer?
I would say Fort Bend ISD offers their employees a very competitive employee benefit package. We offer a number of options that they can select for them and their families. I would say we want employees to be more mindful as they're going out and they're going to their doctors. We often talk about we shop to look for cars. We shop when we're looking for other things. We're trying to be competitive with that. It's the same thing when it comes to health care. When you're looking at that doctor, you're looking to go get that MRI, we want you to shop for that as well. Look for the provider or the facility that's going to cost the least. That doesn't mean it's the worst facility because it costs less. But what it does mean is that you as the employee, you're going to pay a lower out-of-pocket cost. And then there's also a planned savings to Fort Bend ISD. So I would also ask employees, to share feedback with us. And we try and do that through our committee and the representatives that are there. Share with us, things that you're seeing out there, things that you think we should probably consider as part of our employee benefits package. We're always open to hearing about other options that are available. But I think in a nutshell, I think employees need to know what we offer is a competitive package. And I think the slides here show that in terms of the employee contributions and the district contributions.
And you may have said this, do employees have a number that they can call, like if, let's say, for instance, I'm a mom, I have 3 kids, I'm trying to figure it out, HMO, PPO, what does it mean? How much more am I going to pay going into this year as compared to last year?
Yes, absolutely. So we have a team of 6 benefit coordinators, and they're assigned to employees based on last name, so by alpha split. And so that is their assigned benefits coordinator that they can call for anything related to benefits. And they're available to them. You know, we often hear employees say, well, I call them, I couldn't get them. Please leave a voice message. And so that's my messaging for those that are listening. Please leave a voice message. I promise you they'll call you back. What they have to remember is those 6 individuals are answering calls from the 7,000 employees that are in the district that have questions about their benefits. And so we're there to support them. We even go out to the campuses. We haven't done that in the last 2 years because of the pandemic, but I will tell you this open enrollment season, we will be hitting all the campuses talking about benefit changes for 2024 and making sure employees understand the benefit plan design offerings that they have.
Okay, and the last question. Okay, I'm a mom. I have 3 kids. How much are my benefits going to go up if I have the same exact plan? Do we have any idea?
I cannot answer that question at this time because we're still in the preliminary stages of looking at strategies for 2024.
Okay. So we don't have any information right now, and I'm saying, so everyone just stay calm.
Yes, please.
And wait for the information.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Gilliam. Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Madam President. So the last couple of years, I've had to switch back and forth myself, and I call it affectionately insurance aerobics because you're sitting there playing all these games with the insurance carriers. You're trying to figure out how I can go get an X-ray. And they send you downstairs at the hospital. It's a $700 X-ray, but if you go to some place where it's in the facility, it's part of the copay. So a lot of people don't know these things, and then you're sitting there playing all these games. One of the things that my company does is they have sort of a concierge service, and I kind of make fun of it because it's like we have insurance is so complicated that we have to hire somebody to explain the insurance benefits where we have the insurance carrier sitting right there. So when you call the insurance carrier, they'll direct you to the, quote, concierge. But so we don't have something like that. We have the 6 benefits coordinators. And I'm wondering when it comes right down to what are my general questions, I think you know where I'm going with this, where it's like a chat, or you had an app or something where it sort of helps alleviate some of the pressure off of our coordinators, where we have general questions. I don't know if we have something like, I just need to know my coverage for X, Y, and Z condition, or for chiropractic services, or for whatever, and then we just have sort of a list of here's the basic general. I know there's services that do that, but I'm wondering if there's what the cost associated of that would be to sort of freeing up the amount of time that y'all spend answering these phone calls and things like that. Another question in regards to a lot of these high risk claims is some providers offer additional insurance for like surgeries, like if you just think maybe if you're accident prone or whatever, and you think that you may need an upcoming surgery or something like that. I think there's some additional coverages if we spend all this additional money to pay toward these high-risk claims. If we had sort of a blanket coverage for the sort of that surgery or something like that, just kind of thinking out loud. But I understand kind of your point with we've got to be a little bit more reactive. And we got to look at the plan strategy. I think the other thing, too, is a lot of folks are very comfortable with maybe they go with a higher deductible because they may feel like I'm in good shape and I'm not going to go to the doctor very often, but in case I need it. And then there's some people that go to the doctor for anything. Then they want maybe a lower deductible, but they're going to pay a little bit more on their premium. So, but I just wanted to kind of bring up, nothing that you need to comment on, but just a couple of things that I've noticed. And knowing a lot of teachers and knowing how much it is for the cost of insurance, especially it's going up, and being able to work with staff and let them know, well, these are some strategies to consider, like in the example with the x-rays, so things that they may not know. You go and you just get a bill, and I wasn't expecting a $1,000 bill for an x-ray or something like that. So, but good job. Thank you, and I look forward to seeing some more information from y'all.
Mr. Garcia, if you don't mind, do I have time to respond? You sure? I'll make it quick. So going back to your first comment, we do not have a concierge program in place, and I know exactly what you're talking about, and I've seen where those have worked for some employer groups, and they are very expensive. I really think if we can switch from that passive enrollment to an active enrollment, and then possibly look at adding a customer service model that can help support the 6 benefit coordinators, I really think that'll provide what we need, as opposed to spending a lot of money on a concierge type program. And then to your second comment, we do have what's called Surgery Plus in place, which provides 100% coverage for elected surgeries for employees. As long as they are enrolled in a benefit plan with Fort Bend ISD, them or their dependents can have an elected surgery covered at 100%. The only thing they're responsible for is preoperative and postoperative charges, but everything related to the facility, the provider, anesthesia fees, everything is bundled, and Fort Bend ISD picks up the cost for that. And it's been a great program, and I will say it's a program that we are reevaluating for 2024 because the utilization is not there. It's not high enough to offset the administrative costs that we're paying for, so the ROI is really lopsided right now. So we've got to go back and see how we can really take full advantage of that program and really get the most out of it.
And I will say that the idea of active is very interesting. And I switched this past year from one to the next, and you always go through this little analysis as part of the process, and you kind of get an idea how much I'm going to spend on this plan versus this plan and whatever. But I think that the tendency is to just let it roll over, and then you just have no idea that, well, I'm just going to be, I didn't realize this other plan is going to save me this much more money. So I think that's actually, I didn't realize that we weren't doing that, but I'm glad you brought that up, so thank you.
Mr. Garcia, also, we are in the process of looking for a new IT service management software, and we're possibly looking, part of the scope is to add artificial intelligence bot into it, so that way we can provide what you're talking about with our HR. But we'll see how that adds to it.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Sounds good. And with that bot, that's what we use with our active enrollment. And it works great because you can plug in the scenarios. You don't have to go to the concierge, figure it out yourself, and move on. But anyhow, I want to tell you thank you for having this a year, like super early, right? I think we're a year out. So I look, or less than a year, roughly 3/4. And we look forward to hearing what you come up with.
Thank you.
While being fiscally prudent and providing quality options. Thank you. Okay, we are moving on, and we're moving on to the review section of this agenda, and we're going to start with item A, review the minutes of the Fort Bend ISD Board of Trustees meetings on the following dates: February 9th, February 13th, February 16th, and March 8th. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, moving on to item B, review instructional materials allotment and TEAC certification for 2023-24, and it looks like we've got some flags up. We're going to start with Mrs. Day.
Thank you, Madam President. I think maybe Ms. Hannon should ask a question because I probably can learn my answers from her questions.
Take it over.
I actually just have one question, and Ms. Hubbard and I didn't get together on it, but I think the whole board might be interested. And so it may not have anything to do with this, but it was in a letter to the administrator last week, and it was about certification of phonics program. And because there is, I'm not sure why, but there's some, conversation in the community that I've had people reach out to me. And so I was just wondering if that, if this is just an overall program, and it does not include the certification of the phonics program, or that's part of this certification. Does that question make sense, Ms. Hubbard? Okay. And I don't mean to put you on the spot, but since I've got this certification issue right in front of me.
So the TEAC certification document that you're looking at does have a section toward the backside that asks specifically about the publisher and the materials that are used for K through 3 phonics. Mm-hmm. So that is listed in there, the program that we do use. What you're referring to related to the release on Thursday, the 30th, was related to the work that TEA and the commissioner are doing related to approved phonics curriculums. And that memo that was released had a few listed programs, and then also stated that the TEA was doing further review of other items related to approved phonics programs.
Okay. So I just wanted to make sure these were one or the other. And so our K2, because those have been the questions coming at me, are coming through the Fountas and Pinnell phonics spelling and reading word study, and we have that clearly defined in the curriculum.
We do have that in the curriculum, but I would say when you look at the TEAC certification and the programming that is listed there, our curriculum is our first line of instruction, right? So it says LEA defined or developed curriculum because we do write our curriculum here in-house, and then our adopted resources serve to support and supplement that designed curriculum. And so that's kind of how that's outlined here in the TEAC certification.
Okay, and so so the first line is there are explicit instructional strategies and resources on our local education agency curriculum document that teachers access.
Yes.
And they could access these others as supplement to that curriculum.
Yes.
Okay, so that is you answered that question. Thank you. And then my other one is just in general about our math resources. I know at the beginning of the year there was a little bit of a quandary of having resources at the elementary level for math, and I know that there are some parents that I know these are programs, but can you just address for the public about math books, math textbooks, how that looks for our students and our teachers?
Sure. So for this school year, we transitioned away from the previous math textbook. And so the previous math resource was a textbook, and really the kids got like a consumable workbook. So that's what the package entailed. Moving into this school year, we did not renew that contract, and so we decided to use the TEA provided resource, which is Eureka Math, which is listed in the TEAC certification document. And that is not a tangible resource like a consumable workbook. It is an online resource. It has printable, access to printable documents. So in the curriculum, what we have done is a cross-reference between the Eureka Math resource and the units of instruction that are in our curriculum so that the teachers can see what's the best correlation with the Eureka Math, so that they don't have to search through the entire online package. And then the teachers have discretion to print the student pages that they deem most appropriate for their instruction. But it is not what we think of as a textbook or a consumable workbook for math for this year.
Okay, and so
in elementary.
Thank you, Ms. Hubbard. So if the teacher chooses not to provide a printable paper option for the students, are they just working from their computer and then writing on paper? So that's one layer of the question. And the next one is like a typical textbook that, a parent can open and figure out the explanation when their child doesn't understand the homework. Does this Eureka Math have that for parents who can access a computer?
There is a parent access to the Eureka Math, and actually the parents can see everything that a teacher sees in terms of worked out problems or lessons built out. In terms of the printed paper, if a teacher decides not to print a document out, then they could load it into Schoology and the students could work on it online. that would be an option. We would not recommend the kids copying from a paper because that takes time and there's transcription errors and that would not be an ideal situation. We also see teachers that will they might not print a whole class set of a worksheet or a document from Eureka. They might print like a couple of sets and put it in I call it a communicator, but it's like a little pocket pouch where you can slide the worksheet in, and then the kids are working on it with dry erase markers. So there's a lot of different ways to go about using that resource without having to print one copy of everything for every kid.
And so have we gotten feedback from our teachers on the satisfaction of that?
That's a good question. So we do have curriculum feedback surveys that we release at the end of every grading period to get feedback from teachers. I would have to go and see if we have specific questions on that resource.
Okay. I think it's important, and I think everybody up here would say it's vitally important that are the resources we are using doing what we are hoping that they're doing, and also are they friendly not only to our teachers, to our kids, but also to our parents, because our parents are our partners, and many of our kids get help at home. Some don't, but it's harder for the parents to help when they don't have a resource to help our kids. So I would really look forward to learning if we're going to continue with that next year, because I'm actually a fan of textbooks. I think they've come a long way. They're not all great, but many of them are. Thank you, Ms. Malone. And thank you very much, Ms. Hubbard, for the answers. I really appreciate it.
All right, great questions and comments. Thank you, Mrs. Hannon. Mr. Hamilton.
Yes, you knew I would have some questions, right?
I was ready.
So first I want to, we had a deep dive meeting into our literacy stuff that was very fun for me today. So thank you, Dr. Lawson. Thank you, Mrs. Hubbard. And how do you say Cheryl's last name?
Lurch.
Lurch. Mm-hmm. Mrs. Lurch and Dr. Corbin were very helpful this morning. I'd like to possibly throw out the idea. I know we have a lot of urgent things coming up. I think the board would be interested in having this conversation. So some of the, maybe not quite as exhaustively or extensively as we did today, but I think the board would enjoy a workshop on these issues. And so there's a lot of discussion out there right now with literacy. And so only 35% of U.S. fourth graders have scored proficient on the fourth grade literacy tests. And so this is a major issue in the country right now, and definitely part of the equation is COVID. And I would say we're doing much better than that. I learned today, and I learned a lot of great things that we are doing. And so kudos to our team for all the things that we're doing as far as moving us in a good direction. One thing that I would like to see is if we can do some sort of kind of a test run at pick a few campuses, maybe kind of one high performing, one in the medium, and one at the low performing end. And I guess kind of mirror the approach that we're taking in the early literacy centers, because we are taking a great approach. If you look at the students at the early literacy centers compared to the rest of the students at those campuses, we're seeing really good results with the approach that we're taking at the early literacy center, which is also a kudos to the district. So just throwing out some ideas there. And also thank you again for your time and everything that went into that today. That's great. And also, fun fact, so there was no coordination on this. Administration randomly, or not randomly, I think there was some strategy on there, but they picked one classroom for me to observe today, and it just so happened to be my friend's son's class, so that was fun.
Yeah, we did not know that going in. It was a surprise.
Small world. Been fun. Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Mrs. Day.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Ms. Hannon, for your questions. It does help. So I wanted to try to help me understand something. So the district IMA fund, roughly how much are we talking about?
That varies every biennium.
Yeah.
So they, depending on what the proclamations are, and the proclamations are what we're supposed to adopt.
Yeah.
The state takes that information and then allocates funding in each biennium based on those proclamations. So it changes every couple of years based on what is to be adopted. And so I would have to get the exact number on what we got on the last biennium, but that's one of the accounts that Mr. Bassett has referenced has been decreased throughout the years in terms of what we've been allocated. So I believe the last biennium, our allocation was 60% less than we had gotten the previous year. But I'd need to check, Ms. Day, on the exact number of the allocation from the last biennium.
Mr. Gwynn, we used to have that number when we were talking budgets. Another fact of this is that the state used to have an instructional technology allotment and then instructional materials allotment, both. And then both have been merged and reduced. And so I believe we had that last summer when we talked through budget. It's quite a few million that Fort Bend ISD has been reduced.
Right, and that the number that's sticking in my head right now is $6 million, but it could be greater than that. We can provide that. What I will say is that the initial legislative information that we've seen for the current session does show an increase to that basic allotment, the instructional materials allotment. And so we could see additional funding coming in, but at this point, for the current biennium, it was reduced significantly over prior years.
Thank you for that. So, okay, and also help me understand what are we, for this item, what are we really the board is approving or reviewing? I read a couple of times, right? So, for example, it says here, the district IMA funds will be used to purchase materials adopted and the board approved through previous proclamations. So, what can you elaborate on that, please?
Yes, that's a good question. Mm-hmm. So we do this annually to attest that our curriculum meets the TEKS. So when you're signing and saying yes to this, what you're saying is that the curriculum that is provided, the expectation for students in our district is that they receive instruction on 100% of the TEKS, that we teach the TEKS. And that the resources that we provide using our funds align to those standards. That's the big picture of what this agenda item is. And then when we submit this agenda item to the state, when we submit the form to the state, they open up the ability for us to access EMAT, which is where we spend our IMA funds. It's the system that we go into to spend that IMA funding source. So that's kind of the big picture on this agenda item. And we can use IMA funds on lots of things. They don't just have to be our adopted resource. In the agenda item you're looking at in your binder, some of those resources that are listed there, like some of the supplemental, we don't use IMA funds for. We use 199 funds for. So it's not just about that particular funding source. It's a big picture on the resources that we use so that teachers have the ability to teach the TEKS.
So you just mentioned earlier, the curriculum is in-house, right? Mm-hmm. So do we pay our teachers to write curriculums?
We do. We have a process.
Is that from the IMA fund?
No. We use supplemental pay from our general fund budget.
Okay. So can you provide me something like not all the items paid by IMA, but give me some examples that's being funded by where the district is paying using IMA fund. Can you help me generate the list? I think and also I really like Ms. Hannon's question. I wanted to know if the teachers, since we're spending money on that, I wanted to know how's the teachers' feedback. Is that helpful? How are they using them? That sort of thing, because like you said, IMA can also used for other things, right? So we just want to make sure we are using them effectively. Does that make sense?
Yes. So I'm just going to clarify. You said a list of items that we currently pay for out of IMA funding?
Not all of them, just,
an example.
Examples, the big ones.
Sure. So I'm going to go with our currently all of our social studies adopted resources, all the textbooks that we have, and the digital licenses.
I don't mean you have to give it to
okay.
me now, but I mean, if you can give us, I think provide to the board. And also, I really wanted to know if the teachers are actually using them, and how, if we have some feedback on that. Thank you.
And if I may add, Ms. Schlax was able to provide for me, the actual reduction from the prior year to the current biennium was $9 million. We went from roughly $14.3 million down to $5 million. And so it was a substantial reduction.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Day. Thank you, Mr. Gwynn and Dr. Gilliam.
And I just have some comments. Good evening again. Okay, with the curriculum and the different things that we have that are assisting and helping teachers, I'm going to go back to the same comment I made last week. How do we know that it works? And so, especially if we go, and thank you for the $14.3 million, and now we're at $5 million. So how did we drastically reduce $9 million? Did we need that material, the different things? I don't know. And that's not necessary. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say that the adoption that was included in there was one less in that year, so that probably accounted for a portion of that reduction. But I think that what's important, and Dr. Whitbeck touched on this, when the state changed what they allowed to be funded out of the IMA, that included a number of items that are recurring. So as an example, our enterprise learning management platform, Schoology, can be paid for out of that. And so we transitioned some of those services out of the general fund to IMA with the expectation that they would continue to be funded. And that would include library resources that are online, like World Book, and I can't think of any others off the top of my head. But yes, there was one less proclamation, but it didn't take into account that we were paying for services that they had allowed for it to be moved into IMA that weren't previously paid out of there.
Okay. So very quickly, again, how do we know it works? Whatever materials we use, how can we develop a system or some type of procedure so that we know all of these things that we are purchasing in order to assist and help students that we're actually using them? Again, being consistent in what we do, doing it with intention, and doing it with fidelity. When I work at a school, I've worked at several schools, and I see many, many books and many things that are not being used. I'm not talking about Fort Penn, okay, because I would not say that here. I don't go in classrooms looking to see what type of instructional materials they have. I'm usually there to visit. But I know that we do this in education. So again, I'm going to ask that how do we know the items that we are using, that they are working? I would like to see documentation of it. I would like to see how we assess those things. So when we're looking at money and spending money on many materials that we use, what did it do? Where's the data? I'm going to go there again. It's almost like, where's the beef? Where's the data? That's showing us that all of the money that we're spending on these different instructional activities are working. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Gilliam. Yes, Mrs. Hannon.
So, Ms. Hubbard, just one more point of clarification, because I know Ms. Day asked about curriculum writing, and I know that we spend a lot on curriculum writing annually. And so to Dr. Gilliam's point about knowing what works, as part of that survey that you mentioned for teachers, is that surveying their satisfaction with the curriculum, that it's doing what it is intended to do, and ease of use, and what is that survey?
Yes, it's gathering feedback from the teachers on the use of their use of the curriculum, which components of the curriculum they're using most often, which ones are most beneficial for them to plan instruction. And then we're gathering feedback from them on improvements or things that they recommend we make revisions on. And here recently, we also use it as an opportunity to get feedback on proposed scope and sequences. So we might draft a scope and sequence for the next school year and then ask their feedback on it so that before we finalize and publish, we've gotten feedback from the teachers.
Okay. So I'm going to just make a public plea. Is it anonymous? Is the survey anonymous?
It is anonymous, yes.
Okay. I would just really encourage teachers to be honest in their feedback so we know whether or not that money that we're investing in ongoing curriculum writing is doing justice to what they need to do every day in the classroom. So I really hope that a lot of teachers answer it, and I hope that they feel that they can answer honestly. Thank you, Ms. Hubbard.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Hannon. All right, I'm going to make it brief because I feel like somewhat of a clinging going on this one, and I think I've been talking about IMA for over a year and the reduction. And y'all hit lots of stuff, so thank you for that. But on textbooks. So I was thinking about this, and I mentioned in the last meeting how I was at Texas Children's, and some doctors were asking me, do your kids have textbooks, et cetera? All right. And here's just a thought. When I go through this, I don't know which one has a book or what doesn't, so I'm just going to assume none of them do. But what I would like to know, so for example, on Eureka, you mentioned that, and I pull up Eureka online, and I know that throughout the state, whether it's a teacher's manual or whether it's kids' curriculum, that of course there's a digital offering on the platform, but in addition to that, there is also a printed offering that you can select and purchase if you choose to. Now, with the significant budgetary cuts with IMA, I've heard y'all loud and clear that it's not in the budget for that. What I guess my ask is, and what other parents have asked me as well, is what if it was available where they could buy it if they'd like to? Is that something we could consider? So when I go to Eureka, I see right here, they do have supplemental printed materials that correspond with the digital textbooks or the digital work, as you mentioned. Is there a reason we don't offer, whether it's Eureka Math or any other subject, that we don't offer that as an ability for a parent to choose to obtain the materials that correlate to the classroom?
I would have to do some more research on what we've done in the past with that. To my knowledge, being in the curriculum department, we haven't had that option, but I would have to look into that.
Okay.
I will say that in my career, I've seen that as just something that the school district provides, the publisher or the information, should they want to have. Many times in the past, it's been a parent who wants a book at home. Their child forgets. Even back when we had books, there would be people who would forget it and not come home with it, or they just wanted to be able to just have it, and so they would buy it themselves. I think as the years have evolved, I think we get into issues of if we're not providing it, is that really is that the system we want in place? I don't think there's anything wrong that we couldn't put that out there and have it available, but I think we have to do better than that because we're going to have some families who simply can't do it. So is it class sets that then could be checked out, or different kinds of ways? And so I think that's what the team has to look deep into and look at the cost, because unfortunately, the printed options are usually very much cost drivers. But I think we can do some deeper dive. We hear that. We hear that that's what you want. We've heard that from families. So I think we can do a deeper dive. What options do we have, particularly in the in the math that was last summer?
We do have options at the secondary level at all of our campuses for students to check out textbooks because we have extra sets, extra availability at the campuses for them to be checked out and brought home.
All right. Well, thank you for that, and we will move on. I appreciate your time, Ms. Hubbard, and all of your work at this. We are going to move on to our next item, which is to review the instructional, I'm adding that and materials together. Instructional materials allotment, IMA Proclamation 2022. Do we have any discussion on item C? Yes, Mrs. Hannon.
Yes, I would just like to formally recognize and thank our School Health Advisory Council for leading this charge and the 2 public hearings that they conducted in order to sort of ratify or certify before this comes to the board. And for people that aren't aware, our SHAC does a lot, and I really appreciate what they do and the review of the materials of all of those people on the SHAC and in the community that reviewed those materials. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mrs. Hannon. Mrs. Day.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Ms. Hannon, for clarifying certain things. Actually, I have a question. You sort of answered my question. So you said there's a review process through the SHAC members and the community members. Can you elaborate a little bit more, please?
Well, if Ms. Sartain or another staff member wants to address that, or Ms. Thummel, I would prefer them to answer because I don't want to misspeak. But I was at both hearings, and I do understand that many of these materials were already in place in Fort Bend, but we were called to actually formally adopt them, correct? So thank you, Ms. Sartain.
Thank you for pointing that out. So before Senate Bill 9, which is the legislation that required the SHAC to make a recommendation, 8 of the 9 resources that we're recommending were currently in schools. So campuses were using them. Unfortunately, when the new legislation came up, we had to halt those programs, go through the process. With SHAC was great with getting it done very, very quickly, and now we're going to be able to get those resources back to schools.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. The SHAC, it's a lot of work. I really appreciate every one of you for your work. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, SHAC, and thank you, Ms. Hannon, for serving with them and attending those hearings as well. Next item up for business is item D. We're going to review the recommended 2023-24 School Health Advisory Council membership roster. Do we have any discussion? Okay, moving on to item E, review the 2023-24 Fort Bend ISD designated hazardous traffic conditions list and resolution to adopt the designated hazardous traffic conditions. That's a tongue twister. Mrs. Day.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to ask one question. I remember, was that at the beginning of the school year, there was part of a neighborhood. They were within the 2 miles. There was construction site, and then it finished, and then the parents were surprised with the school bus. I just kind of wanted to understand a little bit that situation. With this new list, will that neighborhood still will have school bus or?
I think the area you're referring to is probably Fort Settlement Middle School, and we evaluated that after the start of the school year, and a decision was made to include that area, and it was made by remeasuring the 2 miles to the school based on how the parents had to go up that street and turn around and come back, because that the direct turn to the left into the school is not permitted during school hours.
Okay, thank you for that. I just, the reason I bring this up because I do have other people from other neighborhoods. They have similar concerns. They said, if we use a different standard for one particular neighborhood, based on because they send emails. So yeah, I would just want to. I'm sure we are being consistent. I just wanted to. Can you please confirm we're being consistent across the district?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Great questions. Thank you, Ms. Day. Mr. Hamilton.
Yes, Mr. Jones, just real quickly, just wanted to say thank you. So referring back to what Mrs. Day was talking about early in the school year, So it's a big task to make these changes for the entire district. And just wanted to give you kudos for how responsive you were to those families who came forward with issues where they had their bus routes taken away, and you were highly responsive. And I know the family seemed like they were satisfied by the time they went through that process. So thank you.
We had a good team. Gus, our director at Hodges Bend, even took his backpack and rode his bicycle along the path just to show the parents what we were doing and how we were taking a look at it.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Mrs. Hannon.
Yes, and I hope at Austin High School we got some bus drivers. I hope we got to recruit some bus drivers while we're there. So I actually just have a question, and you may not know this, but I know with Bachar opening, do we have any students that will be walking, or are they? Do we have any walkers? I'm still really concerned about the area that they have to walk, especially with the high school drivers. No offense to high school drivers, but
it's okay. We see them every day. We know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
There will be some areas that are within walking distance, but looking at the document that we provided, the areas west of Steep Bank Creek will be provided transportation. Brookside, Nandina, and Lost Creek, those particular neighborhoods will also be provided transportation.
Okay. I would Dr. Whitbeck, I would just really ask that we really go out there before school is out and we really watch the traffic in the morning and envision how some of those kids will be walking. Because, I'm thinking about the road and the levee and the ditch and the peculiar sidewalk.
And we can certainly do that.
That would I'm sure that would make parents feel better if we could provide some kind of report and prepare them well for how those kids that are walking will get there safely.
We can do that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hannon. We're going to move on to our next item, review low attendance waiver for 2022-23 school year. Do we have any discussion? Mrs. Hannon? Nope. All right, moving on to item G, review contract to award a contract for the collection of delinquent taxes to Purdue, Brandon, Fielder, Collins, and Mott, LLP, and authorization for the superintendent to negotiate and execute the agreements through April of 2028. Do we have any discussion? All right, seeing none, moving on to item H. Review interlocal agreement with nonprofit corporation Spark Park School Program to provide the funding and all construction services required for the enhancement of the park facilities at Rosa Parks Elementary School, and authorization for the superintendent to execute and/or terminate the agreement. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, moving on to I. Review the use of 2018 bond program contingency. Do we have any discussion on that one? Oh, Mrs. Day. I didn't skip you on Spark Park. Right?
No.
Okay.
No, you're good. Thank you. So for this part, I have one general question, and then I have a question for this item. Are we on the central plant, high tower? 115. Yeah. Yeah. So basically, here is I'm sure we have a plan, but I just wanted to know. I think Ms. Garcia last meeting he mentioned something. What if the bond does not pass, right? So we need to prepare for the worst. So I'm just wondering. We know you bring a lot of items for us to approve using the bond contingency fee, but are we planning ahead? Just, with all this approved, we still have some money left there just to handle the emergency situation in the worst scenario?
We do, and actually you'll see in this agenda, there's actually, as we close out projects, our goal is always to bring them in on time and on budget. And when they're under budget, then we move that into contingency. So, it's kind of a process of we're expending some funds, but as we close out projects, we're also moving some more into contingency.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Day. All right, we are now moving on to the Section J, the review the budget amendment for Child Nutrition Fund. Any discussion on that? Mrs. Hannon.
Mrs. Malone, I don't know how I can, because I would like to ask a question of this in combination with another item. Do you want me to wait till we get to the other item?
No, I appreciate your efficiency with it. That's great.
Okay. So the $1 million expenditure here for some kitchen equipment, and then we have another item on, and I'm sorry, it's 121. It's purchasing some equipment through our Choice Partners and Omnia Partners. I just wanted I can read what's here, but I just wanted an understanding of, one, could any of this been put in the bond to purchase these kitchen items, or somehow these not capital items? And just helping me understand why it has come to the determination that we need an immediate replacement of some of the equipment. Why wasn't it in the budget?
So a couple of things are going on here, and let me start with the first one. So was the consideration to include them in the bond? And the answer is the bond does include about $50 million currently for repairs and replacements of kitchen equipment and refurbishment of kitchens as part of the 23 bond. But on top of that, simultaneous as all this was happening, if you recall, if we go back 2 years, the Child Nutrition Fund during the pandemic essentially utilized all of its fund balance and was down to zero. And part of that was because of low participation because students were online. And then the way that the federal government responded to that was issuing a number of grants. And Fort Bend ISD received 3 grants totaling about $11 million. How does that relate to this? Essentially, our fund balance was replenished and greatly exceeded what the USDA actually allows you to have. They cap you at a 90-day fund balance. So in the general fund, we can exceed that. But in the Child Nutrition Fund, if you exceed the 90 days, you have to submit to TDA, Texas Department of Agriculture, which oversees it in Texas, a plan on how you're going to utilize that excess fund balance. Well, similar to the Priority 1 and Priority 2s that we have in the CIP plan, we have a similar issue in the Child Nutrition Fund where even with $50 million, that really isn't sufficient to cover all of the needs to refurbish. And so what our Child Nutrition Department did, and we did provide you all with a written summary of the particular items that we were going to do on Friday, so just to highlight that, but is to begin the process of replacing what you could call some of the items that have immediate needs. That's going to be the coolers, walk-in coolers, freezers, dishwashing machines, and steamers that would not necessarily be replaced in this upcoming bond cycle. And so it starts the process of allowing us to do some of those projects early rather than rely on bond funds because of that windfall of grant funds that we had.
Okay, so just so that I'm understanding, so the surplus or the additional fund balance that we have, is it a use it or lose it situation? I mean, if it's over the certain...
It's not a use it or lose it, but Matt may have to correct me if I'm wrong. TDA will do audits. And one of the findings of our last audit, we had a clean audit in terms of everything that they examined from a process operational standpoint. When they went out and did about 6 to 7 different sites and they sampled the lunches and did all of that, we came out with no findings at all. Their single finding was you have too much money. It's not a lose it, but if we don't address it, it could impact our future federal reimbursements. And so that's why it's important to maintain that. So we wouldn't lose this funding, but it could affect our future funding.
Okay, and for people listening, to be clear, you cannot use this fund to balance, you cannot use it in the M&O. the maintenance and operation?
We cannot use
lives
it in the
here?
general fund, correct.
Okay.
And not only that, this is probably also important to emphasize, is unfortunately, and Matt, correct me if I misstate this, we cannot use it for employee compensation either. And so from that perspective, we're limited in terms of how we can use it. And so that's the reason that you're seeing the plan before you as
Okay,
we
I
presented
appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Gwynn, for helping me understand those items.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Hannon. Thank you, Mr. Gwynn. Moving on to item number 2, review the purchase of Child Nutrition Department software from Cybersoft Technologies, Inc. through Choice Partners in an amount not to exceed $650,000 and authorization for the superintendent to negotiate and execute the agreements through May of 2027. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none. Moving on to number 3, review purchase of radio equipment and related items and services from Northwest Communications under a Choice Partners cooperative contract and authorization for the superintendent to negotiate and execute the agreement annually through July of 2026. Do we have any discussion? All right. Moving on to number 4, review the purchase of police equipment, supplies, and related items through various purchasing cooperatives from multiple vendors in an amount not to exceed $1 million and authorization for the superintendent to negotiate and execute the agreement annually through March of 2027. Mrs. Day.
So actually, I have the same question as Ms. Hannon for this item. This is from the general fund, right? This item, this $1 million is from the general fund.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. These expenditures would come from the general fund.
So do we have to move forward with this? Can we wait and then maybe we can use the bond?
Well, these particular items that are outlined within this purchase would fall below the capitalization threshold, meaning they would not be eligible for purchase through the bond. And so these would be the smaller things like the body cameras, body armor, et cetera, that don't meet that threshold. And so they're not eligible for bond purchases.
Uniforms.
Okay.
Uniforms, things like that.
Thank you for the clarification. But then isn't that the state is talking about provide more funding for the school district safety and the police, but we don't know the detail, but is there a discussion they provide more funding for that?
Yes, ma'am, there is. The safety and security allotment that we would receive would actually come through the general fund. And so if we receive those funds, any excess funding that we receive, or that's probably a poor choice of words. The funding that we would receive, these would be eligible expenditures, and so that appropriation would come through the general fund. The other thing that I would say is that these are for the regular repurchase of items that the police officers already have, and so postponing it would prevent them from purchasing those items that may have reached the end of their useful life or need immediate replacement.
I understand. So, okay, can you confirm? Basically, my concern is this. So when the state, sometimes they approve the allowance, for example, for the safety and security, if we use our general fund to purchase those, right? But then the states gave us funding just for that particular purpose, because this general fund, we can use for anything. But for that one, if they have a string attached to it, but we don't know, then we may can use that fund can be only used for this. So that I'm just wondering, and I understand your explanation. If we have the funding, we can probably kind of replace the expenditure. But what if there's a string attached to that allowance? So is there any timeline for this we have to approve now? Because the state, we will know by what, June? Is that what it is? We should know.
Correct. And so what the answer to that is, the current contract expires at the end of this month of April 2023. And so if we were to postpone that, the risk that we would run is between April or really May and June. If we have any items that the police department needs that are on this list, we would not be able to move forward with procurement. So that would be the risk. In terms of the strings, what I would say is that there are 3 allotments within the existing general fund, and typically when the state puts strings on an allotment that comes through the general fund, which the safety and security allotment does, they require a percentage expenditure threshold, meaning that, as an example, with CTE, they say that 55% must be spent on CTE, GT, and special ed are similar. And so we would have to provide documented proof to the state that we had spent those funds on eligible items. These items would meet that criteria because they're safety related. So I feel like from that perspective, we're in a safe place to approve this now. If we benefit from any additional allotment from the state, the police department could perhaps purchase additional items that are related that would support safety and security at our campuses through this contract.
Okay, thank you. I think the board, of course, we want to support our police department 100%. We want you guys have everything you needed, right? But I'm just trying to figure out how to wisely to use our general fund and also the state allotments. So thank you for Ms. Guan for that explanation. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Day. Great questions. And we will move on to item number 5, review the purchase of college and career planning software from School Links in an amount not to exceed $1.125 million and authorization for the superintendent to negotiate and execute agreements through April of 2028. Do we have any discussion? Mrs. Hannon.
Yes, thank you. Is this replacing something? Is this is it replacing Naviance?
Yeah, Naviance and Mesa.
Okay.
2 programs.
And so I'm guessing that Naviance is not doing what we want it to do. So I have a couple of layers of question, because when I looked at the vendor information, and I usually don't get into this, but when I was kind of concerned about the reputation of the vendor here, and because the top 2 were less than a point apart, first I was wanting to know what sold this. I think it was the agreement or whatever the terms and conditions were. But the other one, I would like to know that if I approve this, I want to know how we are going to work with parents and students to really use it. Because I think maybe Naviance doesn't appear to be used. And I'm speaking because I'm a mom, and I know that I have spent hours trying to teach myself how to use it. And I just think parents don't know it's there. And since we're reducing our staff to support career and college readiness on campuses, those counselors, I would just like to know what our rollout plan is for using this and supporting career paths for kids.
Dr. Lawson, if I may, I'll answer the easy part of that question and then bat it over to you. Mrs. Hannon, related to the reputation of the vendors, recall that on this section, this is the scores that are received here are dependent on survey responses that are sent back to the district from prior customers. And so if those customers do not respond, that results in a lower score. It doesn't necessarily, we evaluate whether or not it's a good score, one, but if we don't have a high number of submissions of those surveys, that impacts the maximum points that a company can receive. And so what I would say is a low reputation with the vendor doesn't necessarily mean they provide poor service. I think probably the 2 that would be more important, and the reason that they are weighted the way that they are in terms of the scoring, is if you look at the extent to which the goods meet the district's needs, as well as the vendor's past relationship with our district. That probably gives a better picture of the quality we expect to receive from a vendor is that section rather than the reputation, just because the way that I would put it, in some cases, large companies don't respond back to those surveys.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gwynn.
And I'm going to ask Dr. Westbrook or Ms. Chadwick to come up and share maybe more specifics about a rollout plan, but I too had those questions. I have a high school student as well, and there is a big parent component piece here, but I also just want to confirm we have had low usage in Naviance and feedback about its ease of use. And so SchoolLinks is very user-friendly, and we do have training plans rolled out for quite a few groups of people. But as a parent trying to figure out SchoolLinks myself, where my son goes to school, it is very robust. So training is going to be a part of our plans for sure.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Lawson. So in talking to the team, I know that they have plans for district staff this summer as the integration of it with Mitzi's team is happening over the summertime, and then working with counselors and CCRAs following the district staff. And then we were talking about how Dr. Lawson had shared some input from her experience as a parent and wanted further instruction on how to utilize this service, and realizing what kind of services have we provided training-wise for our parents and students, and the need to really, truly do a better job of how do we get the word out. If they don't know how to use it, how do we help them along the way? And I know Mitzi and her team do videos on things on how to use different softwares, so we could also partner in that way, like we've done with some of our webinars this school year, and post them online so families can have access to those ongoing. But I'll have Ms. Chadwick speak to the plan.
Thank you, Dr. Westbrook.
Good evening. So we are planning on creating some student-centered, basically learning through advisories or through English classes where we know the students are involved with our CCRAs when they're on the campus, and with our counselors, kind of a divide and conquer when it comes to that aspect. And then some parent nights where we can kind of come in and say, here, we can help you learn how to access it. It's a much more user-friendly parent portal than Naviance was previously. And so we're going to make sure we have some nights for them starting in August that they can come in and get some individualized help on it, and then continue that throughout. Like Dr. Westbrook mentioned, the webinars we'll have how-to videos that we'll have on our college and career readiness website for parents and for students, but just to make sure we also put stuff in the Schoology aspect of how to get in and what to do with it. But we'll have some training for all.
And when will we discontinue Naviance? If the board chooses to approve this.
Mitzi's going to come up.
The current contract for Naviance ends in August 31st of 2023.
Okay, so this would begin with next year. So for those seniors that have used Naviance, and they're going to be on a different learning curve, right? Because they're out of time. They've got to start their applications pretty soon. So I hear the use of advisory, and my child has the advantage of a mom that will sit for hours and bang her head on the desk while she teaches herself how to use it. But most parents don't have the luxury or the know-how or the time to do that. So I really do. I know my job is to not tell staff what to do, but I just really, we must do better at helping our children who want to go to college, because we are missing it. And I worked with 4 beautiful children that were seniors at a philanthropic event, and I asked if they had help knowing how to apply for college. All 4 of them laughed at me. And that was heartbreaking, and those were our kids. So we have to help our parents and our students, because it is hard and confusing. Yes. So, and Ms. Chadwick, I appreciate what you do. Dr. Pilar, I appreciate you. Mitzi, Ms. Payton, I appreciate you guys. So I'm not throwing you under the bus, but we've got to improve what we're doing. Thank you.
And Ms. Hannon, I'll just add, I think, too, you're illuminating the need for our rising seniors, right? So the juniors like you're talking about. So we'll sit down and brainstorm if they haven't thought about that. What can we do? Because you're correct. Many students this summer will be completing applications. So as we're in transition, what can we do? And again, maybe they've thought about that, but I appreciate you illuminating that tonight.
Because my child, we had Naviance open just this weekend, and she had another app open, and we were juggling both. And so, you know, those kids are going to be on a learning curve. Thank you, Dr. Lawson.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Hannon. Mr. Garcia?
Thank you, Madam President. And so when we're talking about rolling this new software out, I assume we will start the learning process before the end of the year. Will we be able to start our subscription with School Links before summer? So maybe there's a little bit of an overlap. But we got April, then May. So we can get with our seniors or our juniors the end of this year before, I don't know, that doesn't seem like it's enough time, but I didn't know if there's any way we could start that little bit of an overlap. And if it's really user-friendly, we have documentation to start sending out. Just a thought. I know it seems like we're kind of up with the gun. We're just 2 months left in the school year, but
I'm not sure what the start date was. I don't know if Mitzi has that handy or not, but we certainly could take a look at when that is and make sure that we're covering all of our bases. Do you remember?
Well, it's based on board approval, right? So once we receive board approval and we have a fully executed contract, it's in our court to go ahead and start the process and the implementation. And so, following board approval, we would execute, on the planning and the timeline with the vendor, ensuring that we have, project management resources on our side to manage the implementation for us as well.
And there's no deployment. It's just a subscription-based software.
It is subscription-based software, but
it's
still a deployment from the perspective of ensuring that we have training, we have the metrics that we're going to use to measure it, and the entire rollout. So
you do have to integrate it with Schoology, so that.
Yes, we have the integration components that we would be involved in as well.
And that right there alone tells me that we're probably not.
Yeah.
So okay, thank you.
It's the export of the Skyward data to PowerLink, so PowerSchool.
I appreciate it. I was just thinking out loud, but thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Garcia. Mrs. Hannon.
Just one follow-up and food for thought here. I know that I hear advisory, it happens in advisory, but for kids that aren't in AVID, if there would be any way that it could be integrated into some curriculum where it is required and it is evaluated whether it is actually happening to teach kids how to use it, where they have to use it as a measure just to get them in there and their hands on it. I just think that would be a consideration.
That is one of our goals in implementing this. We also offer college application boot camps in August for all rising juniors. We do 2 days right before school starts, and then our CCRAs do more of that going on. So we'll make sure that they get specific training as far as applying and schooling.
And if you could consider having those boot camps also during the fall, because some kids they're working, they're not here up until the day before school or so. So just if we had multiple opportunities. Thank you, Ms. Malone.
Thank you, Mrs. Hannon. Mrs. Day.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to follow up actually the questions both Ms. Hannon and Mr. Garcia. Sorry. So I have, first of all, I wanted to know, do we know if any other neighboring district is using this software at this moment?
I'm a parent in KDISD, and KDISD uses School Links. The team might know where else.
Lamar does as well.
Lamar does it. Okay. So also, I think Mr. Garcia has really good questions. So is it possible we can figure out how long after, let's say, with board approval until this is going to be available, fully implemented for the parents and the student be able to use it? Maybe we can ask the vendor. They should be able to tell us that, right?
I completely agree, and I've actually worked with this vendor in a prior school district and went through the implementation, and so I have no doubt that they will work with us hand in hand on this.
Okay. So I think it would be nice for the board to have that information before we need to vote on it. Another thing is, I know this is, based on here, is a fixed rate per student, right? So you provided number here, 206,000. That's 21, 22. But now we have, which is great, we have more enrollment. So if you can compare for the cost comparison between this one and the Naviance, that would be also very helpful. That's, yeah.
Or we have rough numbers right now, but essentially we can get those for you before the next meeting.
That would be great. Thank you so much. Thank you all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Day. Dr. Gilliam.
Thank you. And mine is real short. I'm just going to tag on what Ms. Hannon said as far as having that available. I'm thinking a YouTube video to where students can go in and they have the time, because there are times that you just can't make it. If you had a upbringing like mine where I had to work in order to pay for drill team and all that other good stuff, and I just really didn't, and I had no idea that there were things that were out there that I should be looking at. So I just want to tag on and make it as easy as possible to learn how to do it. I did it 7 years ago with my son, and it was like I was pulling out my hair, and I did it because he wasn't going to do it. And so whatever we can do to make it easy. And I'm just thinking going online, and our kids do this all the time. So that would be, I don't know if we have that. If we do, that's great. If we don't, maybe we can look at it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Gilliam. I have one comment that I just happened to notice looking at the bid tabulation. And I'm hoping the reason is because this is just like the greatest product since sliced bread looking at it. But I'm going to be honest with you with the budget considerations that we're currently in. When I'm looking at the bid tabulation, there are two columns that strike me. One is purchase price, and the other one is long-term cost. And I noticed the point differential there. And so I'm just wondering what the cost difference is between this Major Clarity by Paper Incorporated versus School Links. And if it is a 50% reduction in cost, I don't know the answer to that, right? And so I'd like to know what those cost considerations are. To really understand, because I see they came in ranking of second. And just with our current financial conundrum, it concerns me because I know this is coming from the general fund, and we're cutting in areas that frankly I'm not too happy with, right? In some cases, not that I'm angry, I'm just saying, look, it's part of our reality. And so as much as I think this is very important as well, I don't know what the differences in the softwares. I've never seen them, so I understand that, but I would like to understand the benefits of this additional cost and why we're willing to spend the extra money on School Links in comparison to Major Clarity. And I'm going to leave it at that. So if y'all could please provide that information, I'd greatly appreciate it. Mrs. Day.
Thank you, Madam President. I just not only for this item, actually, I have asking. So sometime when we have the source, right, from the funding source, there is general fund and the federal fund. I'm just asking, in the future, is that possible? Give us a roughly percentage, like how much is from our general fund, how much is from the federal fund, so that way, the board can help us, like seeing how much we're spending on our own money. So that's
a great comment, and it helps provide understanding.
Yeah. So thank you, Madam President. Thank you.
Okay, that's okay. All right, thank you very much. We greatly appreciate it. To all of you, Ms. Chag, yes, all of you. All right, moving on to the next item, review the lease of copier equipment from ImageNet Consulting LLC in an amount not to exceed $4.7 million and authorization for the superintendent to negotiate and execute the agreements through July of 2026. Do we have any discussion? Okay, and that's just a renewal. Thank you. Moving on to item number 7, review the purchase of physical examinations, drug and alcohol testing services from Choice Partners and Texas Smart Buy Cooperative Contracts in an amount not to exceed $602,136 and authorization for the superintendent to negotiate and execute the agreement annually through May of 2027. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, moving on to item 8. Review the purchase of swimming pool chemicals, supplies, and equipment from the Buy Board Purchasing Cooperative Contract in an amount not to exceed $180,000 and authorization for the superintendent to negotiate and execute the agreement through June of 2026. Do we have any discussion? No. Item 9. Review for purchase of child nutrition equipment from various vendors through Choice Partner and Omnia Partners Purchasing Cooperatives in an amount not to exceed $5 million and authorization for the superintendent to negotiate and execute the agreements through June of 2024. This is the one Ms. Hannon touched on earlier. Do we have any additional discussion? Seeing none, let's move on to item 6. Oh, wait a minute. The time has come. All right. We will now convene in closed session under Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, under the following sections. Section 551.071, for the purpose of a private consultation with the board's attorney on any or all subjects or matters authorized by law. Section 551.072, consider purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. Section 551.074, personnel matters. Section 551.076, security matters. Section 551.082, student discipline matter or complaint. Or Section 551.0821, personally identifiable information about a public school student. The time is 8:01 p.m. and we are now convened in closed session. Thank you. Time is 9:39 p.m. and we are now reconvened in open session. There are items to consider from closed session, which is item A, consideration and approval of resolution expressing the intent to finance expenditures incurred in conjunction with a future bond program and architect engineer approval of Briargate Elementary School and Mission Bend Elementary School rebuilds. I'm going to open it up to Mr. Bassett to give us an update on that item.
Thank you, President Malone. I apologize, board members. I wasn't here last week. I was sick, and so if I'd been here, I probably would have said some of this stuff last time, and just trying to address some of the objections that I've heard. But before I get into that list, I do need to speak just briefly about some of the discussion last week with regard to program managers. With Jacobs, I'm not really sure how that worked its way into the conversation last week, but it did. And if I'd been here, I probably would have said something at that time. But Miss Fuzetti, who I think the world of, I think she just made a misstatement in terms of the folks that work for Jacobs. They do make less than $300,000. There's no doubt about that. But in terms of what we spend, because there's a multiplier in terms of what we spend, we do pay Jacobs for some of them. Certainly for two of the senior managers we do pay more than $300,000 for them. Right now, we have three project managers that are under contract with us. Okay, but so I just want to make sure you understand that. So what we're paying Jacobs can be in excess of $3,000, but those folks don't make that much. 300,000. Yeah, 300,000. So we just. Oh, I just said 3,000. Okay, sorry. It's not midnight like you guys did last time, so I apologize for that. But then getting back to the main thing. I know that their concern of our district, and it's consuming 100% of my time right now, is passing the bond, okay? And based on the experience I've had over all the years, I do believe that the path that we're recommending is our best opportunity to pass the bond, and I'll say why. First of all, we have, for those who question us, why are we doing it this way? Our district has done this 4 times before. Okay, 4 times before each of the past 3 bonds, we've done at least one of these arrangements. But I think that if we don't follow this recommendation, we're missing an amazing opportunity to get 2 feeder patterns totally bought into rebuilds and starting the community engagement process. And we can start those meetings in April, have at least one before the election, and I do think that it could have a big impact. And they could go see, the architect can take them to the prior designs, and they can start getting feedback. And so I do think that that's critical, having some folks engaged like that in the midst of a low turnout election. Finally, is that this is also the most physically responsible path. Okay? Why do I say that? We'll save at least We'll save at least $2 million on the designs. Okay? But then also, if we are successful with the tighter timeline or whatever else, we are going to save on inflation costs, which of course, it could be as much, if you look at some of the numbers, as much as 8% on an annual basis, that's over $3.8 million per campus. The other thing that's important to mention, you're going to learn more about the difference between CSP and CMAR. Under the CMAR, whenever you do that and you agree to the pricing, there is no, if the contractor does have to accelerate the schedule, they might have to pay overtime, but we don't pay that. Okay, so we won't pay those overtime costs. So that's another reason why, it's physically responsible. Number 3, for objections about the timeline, and the timeline is tight, but it's very doable. The RFQ for the regular RFQ to select architects that we're going to go through as per our practice, and we've done that each time that I've been here for a bond. That we want to issue that, but that won't be available until the end of June. Okay, so we'd be bringing that to the board, in July. So it's really a 3-month difference between our plan and this plan, and so that would mean that the target would be November of 2025. So that would put us at a spring opening at the earliest. Whether or not we could open that spring or mid-year opening is going to depend on zoning and tenants boundaries and FC local, which we would have to work through. So that could push it potentially to the August of 2026. All right, and then when you look at the timeline of the Ferguson, that was done before, and versus what we're looking at now, comparing a timeline for CSP projects and timeline for
our projects is apples and oranges. So the timeline is tight, but we do believe it's doable. Finally, I mean, this really is we're trying to make our best effort to do what's best for kids. And we believe that what's best for kids is for them to be in the new school as early as August of 2025. I mean, that's really what we're trying to do. The architects that we've selected, I know, because I saw her notes beforehand, before last meeting, that Ms. Fuzetti went through and talked about the qualifications for the six architects that have done elementaries for us in recent past. Okay, obviously some didn't fit or whatever else, but these two that we're recommending, we do believe that they're the most qualified to get it done. And since we know that we're going to be held accountable for these things, that's why we're making those recommendations. And so I think that's about it.
Thank you, Mr. Bassett. All right, may I get a motion for item A, please?
Madam President, I move the board to approve item 9A as presented.
Second.
We have a motion by Mrs. Day, a second by Mr. Garcia. Do we have any discussion? Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam President. So I think we've had a very healthy process of really digging into this whole situation. And I think there are two important trust relationships. There's the trust between the administration and the board, and then there's also the trust between the district and the public. And so I think I hope that the administration doesn't feel that our questions or our approach has been a lack of trust in the administration. It's primarily, I think, we're all invested in building better trust between the district and the public and the community. And so I think the better we can go through a process like we've gone through and ask hard questions and take a trust but verify approach with administration and make sure that we thoroughly investigate difficult decisions like this, the more confidently we can go to the public and ask us to join us in trusting the administration to handle these projects that we're deliberating on here. So for me, going through this process has helped me understand. So some of the questions that we had were, why should we do this before the bond goes to the ballot, and why did the administration pick the architecture firms that we picked, and just kind of, I guess, deeply understanding the why behind all these issues. And so for me personally, I've gone back and forth on voting yes or no in my mind several times on this, and I think there's a strong argument for and against. To me, the best argument against would be the concern that if we vote yes, then there may be some voters who feel like we're spending money before they get a chance to vote on the bond. And so I would just say I'm planning on voting yes. And I would just like to kind of make a comment to those voters who may be wondering why they should trust the district and why they should trust administration. I think the fact that we've gone through this thorough process and we've challenged the administration to answer these questions for us, both in the open meetings that we've discussed this issue, and in information requests and conversations with the administration privately. That gives me great confidence to go to the public and say the need for this bond is there, and I trust that the administration will handle this bond effectively, and I think the need is there for us to get a head start on these projects, as we heard tonight from some legal counsel, that there's a huge benefit to having this extra 5 weeks. So it could be the difference between getting to the end of the project and doing all the last minute finishing touches in the middle of July so that we can open in August of 2025 instead of having to wait until the spring or until the following school year. So all that to say, I think I thank you for answering our questions, Dr. Whitbeck, Steve, Carolina, everyone. Thank you for going through this process with us and helping us to understand why we need to do this before the bond goes to the ballot, and just understanding the why behind all of this.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Dr. Gilliam.
Yes, I want to just clarify on one question that I asked, and I would like it explained before I cast my vote this evening. Okay, as a board member, when we're looking at selecting the architects, or who's going to be, selected for these two schools, can we as board members, and this is a question that I need to ask, can we as board members select the architect over what the administration does? Who selects, or who over what the administration decides that they would like to?
Dr. Gilliam, under Texas law and the board's policy, the board needs to either accept the administration's recommended slate of architects, or if it rejects the administration's recommended slate, the board would have to undertake its own independent analysis of the architects to make a determination of whom is the most qualified architect. So it would require the board to undertake the activities that are typically done by a procurement committee or district officials who make assessment of demonstrated qualifications on behalf of the architects.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gilliam. Mrs. Day.
Thank you, Madam President. So I don't want to repeat Mr. Hamilton and Dr. Gilliam's statement or questions. I do want to say this is a very deep dive process, and I ask a lot of questions. So to me, one of the biggest concern is the timeline is kind of tight, and then if we make a promise to the community or the community have the expectation that we are not being able to deliver, that's one of my biggest concerns. So I would like to ask this question. So if we, according to Dr. Gilliam's question, legally, based on the legal advice, I don't think the board, like I can speak for myself, I don't have any qualification or intention to select the architect other than the ones that being recommended to us. So that being said, I wanted to ask someone on the team, are you confident about this timeline? If we prove it today, and then we're going to prove it CMAR when you present it to us, which the method of delivery, how confident we are we can open the school in fall 2025?
Ms. Day, I can tell you that with a combination of a prototype selection now and a CMAR contractor, we are definitely confident that we can open that school, both schools, in the fall of 2025.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Day. Great points. Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to echo Mr. Hamilton's sentiments. I want to thank the administration. I want to thank Dr. Whitbeck for all the information we've been. I'm not an expert in construction management or architects, so it's definitely a deep dive. I look forward to the workshop next week. I understand going with the RFQ process, the most qualified, and with us deciding to pick schools that we know have proven track record that we've built, and in one instance, more than once, I feel like that's probably the most efficient way to go about it. So to me, the most difficult time going back and forth as I talk to some of my trustees. Oh, that's a good point. I hear from administration that's a very good point. So I thank everybody for really sort of laying it all out there and giving us the information and just sort of working with us. So we're not trying to sort of railroad the process, but I think I generally want to know what we're doing, how we're doing it. I'm not the expert, and I do definitely want to defer to our experts that are doing really good work, building really good schools. So the methodology, CMAR versus what was it, construction sealed bid, that was interesting as well. And I didn't realize that Crawford was CMAR. So we do have some experience with it. I would have been a little concerned if we didn't really have experience with it. But that process to me makes the most sense. That's sort of how, sort of from the IT perspective, we do a lot of. So, but I definitely support your decision, and I'll support your recommendation. And again, I want to thank y'all for all the information y'all provided and just bearing with us. Thank y'all.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Garcia. Sorry, I'm trying to track down Ms. Williams. I don't see her anymore. All right, Mrs. Hannon.
Yes, thank you to the staff. Thank you for your patience with the board. And the issues and the concerns I brought up last week are just that internal struggle that I have on the board, in that, I'm here and I'm supposed to be providing oversight for governance, but I'm also supposed to be building public trust. And so it's that actually the deficit issue that was weighing on me most, because even though it's not much in the grand scheme of things, I feel a deep commitment to making sure that we're spending as wisely as possible. So that's where that came from. So I appreciate the additional information because that helped me a lot. I was similar to Ms. Day. I also had some concerns about timeline, how that was going to happen with supply chain issues and things that we had. So some of the legal questions that were answered for us tonight were very helpful. But the bottom line is, I really support these two consolidations of schools. I think these communities deserve, Briargate and Mission Bend deserve these schools. So if we can, go ahead and get going on that so we can get them into their beautiful new buildings as soon as possible, I think that's the best for students and those communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hannon. I feel like by the time it gets to me, sometimes I'm on repeat, right? And so the reality is you've all had some great input and provided great comments. So thank you for that. And with that, I'm going to extend the thank you as well, Dr. Whitbeck and Mrs. Fazzetti and legal counsel, Mr. Brush. I think it's helpful to take those deep dives. And so I appreciate you rolling with me in the idea of doing that. It's helpful to our board so that there is a greater understanding in the process to support it. And yes, there were a lot of hard questions asked, and honestly trying to poke holes, if you will, right? And the information provided was very, very helpful in this process. And with that, with regard to Briargate and Mission Bend, I echo the sentiments. I'm super excited. I'm excited about the amazing learning, about the opportunities for these kids and what this is going to do to support their education. And I can't wait to see it and to see smiling, shining faces in a new building. It's going to be so much fun. And so for that, I'm prepared to move on to Mrs. Williams. Do you have comments, questions, concerns?
No, ma'am.
All right. Well, with that, seeing that there is no more discussion, please vote.
I'm no.
I don't see this working, so perhaps we can vote by a show of hands. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, all opposed? All right, the motion carries 6-1. We'll move on to item B, and item B I'm pulling from the agenda. So may I please have a motion to adjourn?
A motion.
All right, the time is 9:59 p.m., and we are now adjourned. Thank you.